Good hello. Today it is Wednesday and it is point and click day. Point and click. Today it is the 29th of July. It is the year 2026 and the time is 11:17. I woke up 10:30, something like that. Before I go into starting the day, I want to share something personal. I've been dating online. Very short. I'm registered on a platform called Boo, where I click match, unmatch. Every day, I don't know how many, 20 people every day for like 2 weeks, something like that. And now, like, I get one match every week or something like that. So I wouldn't say that's a lot. And if you look at it from a woman's point of view, they probably get so many matches. And a more controversially attractive dude with a more Twilight bio profile will probably get more matches. Anyways, so talk to this girl from Ukraine, and she was very enthusiastic in the beginning, and I liked that, obviously. Who wouldn't like that? But I was also reluctant, like I wasn't prepared to put that sign of energy. Like, first of all, she might be AI. If she's not AI, she might be a random Indian guy who's fishing. Yeah, you don't know in this day and age, you don't know until you have gotten some extra proof. Either you know someone who know an acquaintance, or they you can prove it with checking some information. But that's a hard one because AI have access to everything basically. And right now you can do video call. AI cannot do video call live that well yet. So you can still spot if it's fake. Another thing is that these AI services obviously cost a lot of money. So if you keep talking to this person without giving them money, the other person who uses AI will just use up all the credits and stuff. So you'll use it as an AI companion and see if it eventually just leaves you because they're not getting any money out of it. So it's a tricky situation. Anyway, I think I found a real girl, but like, she said like good morning and good night, and then she said like, why didn't I say good morning, good night? It's disrespectful or rude or something like that. And I kind of agree, but at the same time I have my life kind of thing, and she might be AI, I don't know, she might, like, I think it should go slower. I think it should go slower. It's kind of a red flag that she's investing so much. It means for me that she might be someone who easily creates a relation and easily destroys a relation. Like, it might be efficient. I like that. I like being efficient. But when it comes to a relationship, like long-term partner, it has to be long-term thinking from the start. So it's basically if someone doesn't say good night or good morning, if you're not able to think like long term and think like, oh, that's no problem, they're probably busy or something, then you're not creating this long term relationship. You're creating a kind of a superficial kind of relationship that's held together by you saying good morning every morning or good night every night. Maybe that's how good relationships are built, by these small things. That might be it. I don't know. So anyway, I felt this morning, I felt like, oh, now I'm gonna go into the app and see if I want to say good morning at least. But when I read what she wrote yesterday, she was questioning like my reasoning regarding something, and then I felt like I started this is so silly. She had made a dance, and I told her like she kind of looked like a horse. Her movements were agile and strong like a horse. She didn't enjoy that compliment, which is kind of a hidden compliment. It was, yeah, it's not really a compliment. It's something like a band-aid on top of an honest opinion, which I wanted to say in order for her to enable to understand my perspective of what she's doing, so she can see me and I can see her, that we can create a connection, even though it, I don't know, something like that. I don't think it was quite right from my action, but I don't know how I would have done it differently. I don't know yet. So anyway, instead of going into like good morning and something that would start the day in this positive way, I started to think about differences between humans and animals and trying to argue, and I was looking up the percentage differences in DNA between men and females and between men and gorillas. And if you look at the difference, the huge difference in DNA when it comes to X and Y chromosome and X and X chromosome, you see a huge difference. Not only that there is overall difference between human males and females about less than 1%, but this X and Y difference makes the difference about 3%. So it's quite a big difference between a human and a female when it comes to this missing 3%. And then you look at the difference between a male human and a male gorilla, and you see that they share 98% of DNA, so the difference is 2%. So basically I'm more similar to a gorilla than I am a human female because of my DNA. So yeah. And I was thinking, I'm creating all of these arguments like reasoning and stuff. Is this really, like, I didn't feel good doing that, you know? Arguing doesn't feel good. So I kind of rounded it off saying something like, well, I kind of don't agree. I think humans or animals are kind of universal. They should be, they're basically the same. Not seeing a human as an animal, it's putting humanity on a pedestal. It is not spiritual. It's not something that I would vibe with if you cannot easily compare yourself to animals and accept these things. But I think it's not the comparison of animal that she was worried about. She was more worried about me not being impressed by her dancing, or me not encouraging the dance. As I said, I don't know how I should have handled this situation there. And I didn't want to say nothing. That doesn't create a relationship. I needed to say something. I need to connect. Anyways, so I rounded off saying that, and then saying that seems like we're arguing now. Maybe we're not matching too well. I don't know if we should continue. Like, I didn't say I think we should stop or whatever. I think I don't know if we should continue. So it's an open question from my perspective, but it's text. You can't really. So I don't know what's gonna happen. Anyways, so I had a bit of that, and that distracts. Like, I don't want a woman that distracts me from my work, that makes it harder to work. I need the woman that is with me should make us stronger and better and more happy. Something like that. Right. So I wanted to share that personal dating situation. And now let's start the day. I've already done a bunch of stuff. Starting the day, open curtain, close home, make bed, come with me drink. I haven't prepared coffee and cacao. Maybe I should prepare it. Yeah, I think I should prepare it and do the yoga. Now I'm gonna actually cut my nails and then do yoga. My nails, I was feeling my nails and they feel too long. They're not that long. but they feel too long. was an okay sound salutation. Sharing the stream. Let's see. Did I put the... I thought I put the sprint. Maybe I forgot to put this. Oh, nothing. It is tempting, but I don't need that much storage at this point. I don't want the price to increase, like 92% of the price to increase after 4 months. I guess this is what I would continue on. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. This whole player journey. Yeah. I guess that's what we're doing today. So. Great. What? Why can't I? Fine. I will be completing. Cool. Yeah, it looks good. Combining. Yeah. Has potential. But it's like, this is like the USP of the game. Now they just need to make the, oh, they actually got pretty far. Maybe. Yeah. Oh, I should focus on what I'm doing. These stream is shared to all of the platforms. What do I have? Oh, that's my dad. 15 years ago I took a photo of my dad. Point and click adventure. It's kind of how it is. Okay. Let's see, do we have some kind of, we have a point and click DDD, we have save and load system, we have this, and yeah, that's what I have. That's what we have today. So whatever we create now, we solidify it. So we're gonna start with an inventory, items in inventory. That's what we're starting with. That's an epic. That's it. We have this document that we can go to, and this is the save and load. This is the principles that I can reuse, and this is the actual architecture as it is right now. Let's put those in the same there. Yeah, let's start developing. When did I wake up? 10:30, 10, 11? So I'm gonna wait until 12 o'clock to drink my coffee. Okay, how point and click inventory integrates later, because same as the store and you skip the dictionary. Should we go back to this conversation and see if we can continue, or should I create a new and see if we can handle the these are not one anymore, two anymore, it's one. I think our spot looks for a safe component car body, but I don't think we need to talk about this here. And this could potentially make a main menu. Yeah, that's potential. Data schema, is data schema here as well? No, that's just the first person. How do I give the... Can I give the whole Godot project as one file? I don't think I can. gonna be too much. I'm gonna have to select which one to give. So I would prefer to have a that it knows 3.1 Pro extended. Maybe I can talk to it here. .1 Pro. Can I see the stats? Click on this for the request stats and usage. I want to see that. Enter. 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 Yes. Enter. It doesn't say stats, it doesn't show the stats. Just generate more flashlight. Model quota. Use model to view model quota information. I'm going into model. Now I can select the model. But that's it. 3.1 flashlight, 3.1 Pro preview. Do I get status for what? Footer? What? Doesn't work. I think Google is they have a, for some reason they have a very small team on this stuff, and they probably have moved all of their engineers to like bigger AI projects that are not user focused, because every company is realizing with humans users are losing. Users are becoming, you don't need users anymore, because you don't need the money from the user. Still need good employees, but you don't need the user. Let's see if we can download the like, yeah, this part. Actually, yeah. Okay, now I need to get, we'll just continue in this conversation. We're gonna go messy today. To implement a point and click direction item item features, and I wonder about the best architecture, what nodes to use, what scripts, etc. How should set it up, and so we can use it. Don't make assumptions. ask clarifying questions before finding first principles and requirements, then after that finding solution. I could go with general in the new chat. Actually, let's do that also. Oh, one by one. I forgot that. One by one. And we're going to do it here as well. Oh. All pro models. Let's trade this one. Godot 4.7. It read all this stuff. I forgot about one by one anyway. Click to use look, or more common verbs is look, talk, take, use, talk. Now it becomes a game director situation. I have questions to discuss with AI. It's 12 o'clock, so I'll start this conversation, then go drink coffee. I'm developing my town detective game, and I'm thinking about the game design that holds everything together, like all of the character interaction and the item interaction and the interaction with objects. So this kind of area where I previously called it point and click adventure mechanics, and it's different from the driving mechanics and this 3D map, which they are just a 3D map, and the driving mechanics are just to drive around, transporting between the point-and-click adventure scenes. But there might be items that are shared, and yeah, between the driving mechanics and point-and-click mechanics, and there might be other mechanics as well. Now I'm wondering about the philosophy, the game design philosophy, and the ideas of and the difference between a game like Monkey Island and Zelda 3, A Link to the Past. Because point-and-click adventures, they usually have one item per puzzle. So if you use some item successfully, you remove that item from your inventory, or you combine two items into a new item. So we have like this kind of one use case for every item. But in a game like Zelda 3, A Link to the Past, we have the opposite, where when you get a new sword, you can use it many times. You're supposed to reuse it a lot of times. And even with simple use cases like bombs and arrows and things, they are still, the game mechanics are still reused. Everything is reused. And it's extremely rare. I cannot even remember any case where you just used one item on one thing. That might be a boss key or something like that. But I want to get into the difference between these two game design philosophies to understand what would be best fitting for my game.
The difference comes down to puzzle solving versus mastery and exploration. Monkey Island uses a system where items are keys to specific locks. Once the puzzle is solved, the item fulfills its purpose and is usually gone, keeping the focus strictly on narrative progress. In Zelda, tools like bombs and arrows are essentially extensions of your abilities, designed to be used over and over to interact with the environment, defeat enemies, and access new areas. Since you're building a town detective game that combines point-and-click mechanics with more repeatable systems, you could design certain evidence or tools to function like the latter. Instead of disappearing after one use, an analysis kit or a camera could be used repeatedly on different clues, with the challenge coming from figuring out where and when to apply them. Would you like to explore how this approach would affect the pacing of your investigations?
Yeah, because I'm thinking here, like, should I combine the systems or should I keep to one? Should I combine the philosophies or should I stick to one of them? Because if I combine them, it might become very complex for the user, and we might encounter problems where the user gets stuck and it tries to use one-time items on things like the game might become too hard, because our target audience are people who are new to games. They haven't played games before. They are either very old or they are very young. So we're gonna make it easy, kind of. It's an easy game in that sense, or it's a mainstream game, you can say, in that sense.
Given your audience consists of novice players, you'll want the most direct and intuitive loot possible. Sticking strictly to the single-use item philosophy will likely be your best bet. It keeps the puzzle solving straightforward. Players use an item to overcome an obstacle, and it's removed from their inventory, meaning they don't have to manage an expanding arsenal or worry about which tool is right for the job. This allows them to focus purely on the mystery itself. Would you like to brainstorm some examples of how that single-use mechanic would work within your specific story?
Yeah, I wanna understand, like, I really want to get a direction here, because I keep getting ideas of reusable items like a magnifying glass or an analyzing kit or binoculars or things like this. And it's really like a point-and-click adventure. It's usually a kind of advanced game. Like, point-and-click adventures are not as marketable and commercialized and successful and popular as these other simpler mechanics. the Zelda games they are extremely popular, for example. But yeah, and Monkey Island games, even though they are cult classics and loved, it's like when it comes to mass media and a big audience, we don't see people knowing Monkey Island as much as Zelda, I don't think. So like, and there's something when it comes to the driving mechanics, that part feels really, it's an open world, it feels more like a simulation kind of game. It feels like I can leverage that part better. But at the same time, like you say, detective story works very well with puzzle solving, and keeping it simple and easy to develop, we can reuse the mechanics and puzzle solving can become pretty good. So I don't know yet. I don't know.
Your ideas for reusable tools like a magnifying glass or binoculars can be a fantastic way to give players a sense of agency and mastery without adding overwhelming complexity. You could design these items so they can be used freely on different objects in the world, but always provide a consistent, simple piece of feedback or analysis. This way players feel like they're actively investigating rather than just waiting for the right key to match a specific lock. Would you like to focus on developing how one of these specific tools works in practice?
Let's not go into specifics. I want to create like an overarching kind of game design philosophy where we don't create the specifics yet, and we don't even create the requirements yet. We're creating now the kind of first principles thinking. Like we're creating the first principles that will be the core of the game philosophy, and how we can create like what we're creating now is a tool for direction, because I lack direction and I need these kind of core principles to be really explored. So I actually believe that these are the first principles. So then after that we can take the next step of game direction and see how do we narrow down all the things that is possible and what we should explore and what we should not explore.
To establish a set of first principles for your game's direction, we can look at the core tenets that must guide every choice. First, accessibility is non-negotiable. Every mechanic must be immediately understandable to a novice player, avoiding complexity that could lead to frustration. Second, clarity over mystery. While the story is a mystery, the path forward must be clear, ensuring the player always knows what their next step should be. Third, intuitive engagement. Interactions should feel natural and responsive so the player feels like an active participant in the world rather than solving abstract riddles. By applying this framework, you'll have a reliable filter to evaluate any future mechanics or design choices.
Okay, let's try to use these first principles on a mechanic and see how well it works. What would these three first principles tell us about the philosophies that we have discussed and the difference between point and click and an RPG like Zelda?
Applying the first principles tilts the scale toward the action-adventure philosophy. Regarding accessibility, point-and-click's abstract logic and moon puzzles can confuse novice players, while action-adventure mechanics like direct spatial interaction are often more immediately intuitive. For clarity over mystery, action-adventure's straightforward feedback loop creates a much clearer path forward than the obscure interactions often found in traditional adventures. Finally, intuitive engagement is stronger in action-adventure because the player directly manipulates the world, rather than managing an inventory of items through abstract menus.
Okay, so how do we make a detective action adventure? And we need to make, yeah, how do we do that? What's the next step after these first principles and this kind of focus on action adventure? Because we still need to keep the core kind of mystery, and it's a detective game and all of this. Feel free to look at the Google Drive folder where the game is, where the detective game is, and look all through all the driving and point and click and the ideas everywhere.
Let's dive into those files to see how everything connects. Let's look at how the train memory game can be your core loop. Each time the player investigates a scene, they analyze a list of items to find what's missing or changed, building their case file without needing complex item combinations. You can then bridge this with the driving mechanics by using the car trunk as a mobile inventory, allowing them to transport tools between free-roaming locations. Shall we focus on refining that loop within the next location?
Yes, let's do that.
To refine this, let's look at a specific location and how the missing item loop interacts with the car trunk. Imagine arriving at a cabin and opening your trunk to select the detection kit. You then use that kit to analyze the scene and identify which object is out of place, adding it directly to your case board. This keeps the tools relevant without burdening the player. Should we start by defining the items you'll be looking for in this first location?
Please take a look at the design document for version 7, version 8. There should be a JM game design document. We're working on version 7 right now. So in this document we have two locations. We have the train station and we have the hotel reception. And the player starts at the train station and they do not have any car keys yet. So the first kind of puzzle is to get the car keys for the first car so you can get to the hotel. And yeah, I think something like that.
Let me check those version 7 documents for you right now. Based on those version 7 documents, your onboarding loop is extremely clean for new players. The game starts with a point-and-click tutorial at the train station where you get your first vehicle, and from there, your goal is simply to drive to the hotel. Once you arrive, the locked second car in the parking lot provides a clear visual goal for future collection. Would you like to focus on detailing the specific steps for retrieving that first vehicle's key?
Yes, that is exactly what I want.
Let's look at how the key is hidden to make your onboarding both fun and simple. I am working on the exact steps for that first key. The onboarding starts with the player arriving and noticing a car in the parking lot that is locked. They then enter the waiting room, which triggers a phone call that provides the context for the key. Once the player collects the keys, the car is permanently unlocked, and the camera shifts to a driving view to start that part of the adventure. Would you like to refine how the player interacts with the objects in the waiting room to find those keys?
Yes, exactly.
In the waiting room, you can place the keys on a clearly visible counter or desk, glowing slightly to draw the player's attention. When the player selects the desk, a close-up view opens, showing the keys next to a sign-up sheet. This makes the retrieval feel natural and avoids any hidden object puzzles that might be too obscure. Does that fit the tone you're aiming for?
Oh, that feels way too easy. That doesn't feel like a fun game.
You're right. Let's make it more engaging. What if the key is inside a lockbox? And to open it, the player has to find a 3-digit code by looking at a nearby calendar for a specific anniversary date. It adds a small, logical deduction step without becoming obscure.
That's good that we have a bit more game mechanics there, because I think getting the keys should be a significant celebration, but I don't see how it's engaging or fun. I don't know.
To make finding the keys feel like a true celebration, you can make it a multi-stage discovery. Perhaps the player finds a clue pointing to a secret compartment, and when they solve that, they don't just get the keys, but also a small memento or note that reveals a bit more about the card's history. This builds excitement and makes the accomplishment feel much more rewarding. Would you like to explore ideas for that kind of multi-stage reveal?
This is not inspiring. This is not inspiring. This is not fun. I'm kind of a little bit hungry. Maybe it would have been better if I did not drink the coffee. It would be better if I would have done exercise. I've already done like first person support, take the marathon version. Character make it sparse characters, each place is perfect. It's a simple little game. It's a point and click game. Simple game. But it's an amazing story. James Bond kind of story. So how do I make it slow but also fast? It's not inspiring me. What we're talking about is not inspiring. I'm I'm looking for inspiration, I'm looking for something deeper, I'm looking for something novel. I'm not looking for something light and easy and shallow and superficial and something that doesn't really matter. I'm looking for things that have a more deeper meaning, have longer. It's like this game is a small little game, but it's gonna be surprisingly amazing. Just like James Bond or Indiana Jones or Disney, or maybe not Disney, but like a Disney movie, like one of the great ones, like Beauty and the Beast or Incredibles or something like that. And it needs to have a novel core to it, and everything needs to be much better. Like we're gonna have cutscenes, for example, and we're gonna have what else are we gonna have? We're gonna have a bunch of stuff, and I feel like I need to see the whole kind of picture before I start developing any kind of specific mechanics and point-and-click mechanics. And like it's gonna be a story which is in this rural town, and it's gonna be kind of quiet, but it still needs to be a James Bond kind of fantastic, incredible adventure. Like, how do I integrate and consolidate? How do I make this amazing kind of game?
I hear you. You want to elevate this beyond simple mechanics and craft something cinematic and memorable that captures the thrill of a high-stakes adventure set against a quiet background. The key to consolidating this is to contrast the mundane with the extraordinary, letting the quiet town be the stage for something much larger and more dangerous. This means every narrative beat and visual detail should contribute to this sense of unfolding mystery, making the small moments feel momentous. Are there particular elements of that cinematic feel that you'd like to explore first?
Yes, please take a look at the detective story skeleton and the files in the narrator folder, where we have the narrative core and the narr spec and all of this. Like, can you take a look at this to see? Then you can understand better what we are trying to create here.
Let me pull those narrative files up so I can examine how your story beats are constructed. Based on the narrative core and story skeleton, your vision is to turn this quiet rural town into the stage for a cinematic thriller. You achieve this by contrasting the mundane setting with high-stakes escalations, ensuring that every interaction does something significant, like raising a question or revealing important information. Should we look at how to redesign that train station?
The book. Just flipping the phone on the side made Gemini crash. Yeah, can you take a look again and continue?
Let's look at that train station scene again and elevate it. Instead of just finding a key, imagine the key is discovered under a flickering light while a dramatic piece of the town's history is revealed, like a newspaper clipping linking the car to a recent local mystery. This makes the moment tense and intriguing, immediately raising a question and pulling the player deeper into the plot. Should we continue developing this specific beat?
No, I want to, like, can you go through again the detective story skeleton and...
Let's step back and look at the entire detective story skeleton to give you that broader perspective you're after. The arc begins with the hook, an immediate anomaly that disrupts the quiet town, setting the mystery in motion. Next is the Act 1 question, where a significant discovery forces the investigation in an unexpected direction. Then we have the midpoint revelation, which exposes a hidden historical truth that changes everything about the case. Following this is the major setback, where the detective faces a moment of maximum doubt. Perhaps evidence is lost or they are framed. Finally, we reach the confrontation and resolution, the high-stakes climax where the complete truth is revealed and justice is served. Does this overall arc align with the vision you have in mind for your game's story?
It probably works. I think it works.
I'm glad to hear that resonates with you. To smoothly advance this, would you like to start sketching out the specific hooks for your opening scene in Jörn?
Yeah, can we focus on this and at the same time focus on if we should make any kind of point-and-click mechanics like already, or should we...
Let's focus on the narrative hooks for your opening scene in Jörn first. By defining the emotional and mysterious elements of that arrival, we'll naturally determine which point-and-click actions are necessary to support the story in that specific space. Should we brainstorm those initial story beats?
Yes.
Let's start your game by having the players step off the train into Jörn. First, they're greeted by an unnervingly quiet station, but they quickly notice a car leaving the otherwise empty parking lot, raising an immediate question. As they investigate the surroundings, they find a locked car and a set of keys lying under a flickering waiting room light next to a vintage newspaper hinting at the town's hidden past. This immediately establishes the tension and propels the player right into the heart of the mystery. Shall we develop the investigation steps from there?
Yeah, sounds good.
After the player secures the keys, the game shifts to an immediate cinematic payoff. The locked car in the parking lot is permanently unlocked, and the camera transitions to a dramatic third-person view right behind the car, launching them into the driving tutorial. Now their objective becomes clear: drive into town to locate the hotel and check in. Shall we figure out what anomalies await them at the hotel reception?
Let's take a step to see the bigger picture here, because at the time, like this is the beginning of the game. Like, we are creating a hook, and this must be very interesting. We can't just have the player drive to the hotel because the game says now you should drive to the hotel. It needs to be feeling in the player that, like, oh, I really want to drive to the hotel with this newly acquired car in order to see what happens next in the story.
To make that drive to the hotel feel urgent and essential, the key is to tie it to the mystery itself. Perhaps as soon as the player unlocks the car, they receive a mysterious phone call or find a note left inside the car that warns them of danger at the hotel or points to a crucial witness staying there. This way, the player isn't just following instructions, they're driven by the desire to solve the threat or uncover the next clue. Does that align with the cinematic tension you want for the hook?
That is a good kind of core design principle or feature, or like, how do we talk about these things? Like, the idea of having something at the hotel, like a character or something that you want to go to, like, how do we, as creator of this narrative and this story, how do we talk about these things in this abstract sense without going into any specifics, so we can kind of really create this skeleton of a story, which then we know is a good story. We just need to put content on top of it later.
Speak about them in terms of dramatic functions and structural roles. For instance, define the hotel not as a specific place, but as an anchor of revelation, a location where the narrative shifts decisively from inquiry to confrontation. Describe characters based on their impact on the protagonist's internal state or the direction of the investigation, rather than their physical traits or backstories. This allows you to build a sturdy, impactful arc that's ready to be filled with rich, living details.
I kind of feel like there's a part of me that says today is Wednesday and I should focus on developing the mechanics, and I should think like a developer to make the mechanics in order for the narrator and the game director and the story writer, etc., to be able to tell this immersive story and make it an immersive experience. But at the same time, I feel like in order to feel motivated, inspired and driven and feeling like I know the direction as a developer, I not only need to know the mechanics, like the suggested mechanics, the mechanics need to be rooted in telling this kind of story, which leads me to think that I need to develop the story. At least some level of the story needs to be developed, and I don't know how much needs to be developed in order for the point-and-click developer in me to really focus. If you think about this as a producer mindset or game director mindset or like a system architect, like in what order should I do things, and how do we put names on these things that needs to be done, and how do we work this in the right order?
You're describing a classic creative tension. To find the right order of operations, start by solidifying your high-level narrative outline, the very story beats you mapped out earlier. Once those are clear, map those narrative beats to specific mechanical triggers, like determining what actions must happen to advance the story. Finally, you can build a single, complete vertical slice of that opening sequence to test how the story and mechanics work together in practice. Should we start by detailing the mechanical triggers for that first key?
I don't know, I feel confused when I focus on this first part and the first key, because I feel like this part of the story, part of the game must connect and must hook the game in the direction where the rest of the story is going to go. We don't want to hook the player in a direction where the story is not going to go, and yeah, I don't know what to do about this. But at the same time, as a developer, just like a game director and point and click developer or whatever mechanics we decide to make, I feel like we could potentially make some kind of standard mechanics that we need to use regardless, like an inventory system with items would be used regardless, but I'm not sure.
It's completely normal to feel that tension between the narrative and the mechanics. To resolve it, try working backwards from the core mystery first. Figure out how the story ends, and then design the opening sequence to directly point to that conclusion. Since an inventory system is a foundational element you know you'll use, you can start building that system today without worrying about the specific details of the story yet.
Okay, so today's Wednesday and we're gonna focus on making some kind of mechanics so that tomorrow we can make a kind of prototype build or something that is a smart immersive experience. Like, we need to make sure that the mechanics works and that the immersion builder can use Godot to create content using the mechanics tomorrow. So the immersion builder will not write any code at all. They will just add in content like backgrounds and make different use the game mechanics developed to tell an immersive introductory story. And I'm just thinking here, like, what are the essential parts that we need to have in order to make a hook? Because this is the first part. Like, if we think about this first part of the tutorial, and we think about the detective story skeleton, and we think about that the game is like, it's like a 2-hour movie, but since it's a game, it's gonna be stretched out to 6 or 8 hours of very great, intensive, very high quality gameplay. So what can we say about this initial story beats? Like, what story beat should we have at this original place where we have the train station, and later on we have 13 organizations that are going to join in. One organization is the hotel, and there the players gonna get a room, and they're gonna use that as the start of each day where they start playing, and it's also where the parking spot is, where they might keep several vehicles that are unlocked. And then we have at the train station later, there will be another organization that lives there, and they have their own, like, their own story and their own objectives, and everything is unique to their organization. So we have all of these organizations that I'm gonna go through later, tomorrow maybe, or on Friday maybe. But can we match somehow, like, this tutorial and this intro to learn the basics of the game? What kind of story beats should we match it to? Is it just one and the first one, or is it two, or like, how can we limit this and make a very good decision here?
Focus the tutorial entirely on the first two beats of your story structure, the hook and the Act 1 question. The hook introduces the anomaly in the quiet town right when the player arrives, and the Act 1 question is raised when a major discovery forces the investigation in a new direction, like finding the key in the locked car. For the mechanics, this means the immersion builder just needs to set up basic navigation between scenes, and the simple inventory script to pick up the key, directly connecting the point-and-click actions to the story.
Okay, let's go into details and the essence of these story beats. Like, tell me more about these story beats, and what are the kind of first principles and requirements to make these story beats successful.
To make story beats successful, they must be grounded in clear, intuitive actions rather than abstract logic. The hook needs to create immediate intrigue through sensory details, like a flickering light or an unexpected departure, to instantly hook the player's attention. The Act 1 question must be a logical discovery that directly propels the investigation forward, like finding a key to a specific car to make an obvious journey. By ensuring each beat raises a question or reveals vital information, you maintain the narrative's momentum and engage the player's curiosity.
And is this going to be connected to, like, the whole story, like the initial kind of question and stuff? I feel like that's very central, where it's something that needs to be thought and explored a lot before the decision is made, or is this correct?
That's exactly right. The Act 1 question is the seed from which the entire narrative grows. It must connect to the core mystery, so exploring its implications thoroughly is essential to ensuring the rest of the story feels cohesive and satisfying.
Okay, So there should be a document called Ancient November, and this is the philosophical backbone of the story. Take a look at that one.
That document establishes a profound philosophical foundation. It frames the mystery of Jörn not just as a location, but as a threshold stepping into perpetual dusk and psychological dissolution, where the boundaries between the living and the past begin to thin. This means your opening hook should feel like descending into that blue hour, where the pull toward the hotel is instinctual survival against a hostile and cold environment. Would you like to explore how this psychological weight influences the items the player interacts with?
Yes.
Building on that psychological weight, items like the initial key under the flickering light might carry symbolic importance, like a lantern to fight off the darkness, or an artifact left behind from a time of historic collapse. They should feel less like practical tools and more like extensions of the protagonist's survivalist journey. Should we define a specific, meaningful item for your first discovery?
There's something I want to use in the game, which are black and white photographies that are real photographies. I'm thinking I should be able to use them if they are open source from the Swedish kind of archives of historical documents. Can I use those?
You can use those photographs, but you need to verify the copyright status of each specific image to ensure it's in the public domain or has an open license that allows for commercial use in a video game.
Okay.
Shall we look into how to integrate one of those photographs into the game's introduction?
Yes.
You can use a period photograph of the Jörn train station as an introductory document. When the player picks it up, it can trigger a flashback that immediately grounds the mystery in the town's history. Would you like this photograph to appear as a clue or as part of an opening cutscene?
What do you suggest?
I suggest using the photograph as a clue in the train station. The player can examine it to notice a detail that's different from the present-day scene, instantly pulling them into the investigation and maintaining their interactive role.
Tell me more.
Imagine this. The photograph shows the train station with a small building or statue that is no longer there today. When the player examines it, they immediately notice this difference, which becomes the first major discrepancy on their case board. This discovery directly links the past to the present, pointing them toward their next location and the continuing mystery.
What story are we telling?
We are telling the story of a detective arriving in a quiet, isolated rural town that serves as a threshold for something much larger and more dangerous. The mystery revolves around uncovering hidden local secrets and historical trauma during a period of perpetual dusk, where the line between the past and present begins to blur.
Can you tell me more about this story?
The story is set in the small, isolated town of Jörn during the dark, atmospheric period of polar night. As the detective, you arrive at the train platform to find an unsettlingly quiet scene, with a sense that things are not as they seem. Your investigation will pull you into the town's historical trauma, uncovering dark secrets and unraveling a mystery that threatens to change everything in this secluded corner of Sweden.
Okay, how do we make this initial place and atmosphere, how do we make the train platform an unsettling, quiet scene? What options do we have to create this? Do we create an assumption that it should be in some certain way, and then we break that assumption?
To make the platform unsettlingly quiet, you could build an expectation of a busy, bustling arrival, perhaps through auditory cues like faint announcements or imagined bustle before the train stops. Then, when the doors open, contrast that with the suffocating, heavy silence. The sound of the wind, the crunch of snow, or the flickering of a single light can then amplify the sense of isolation, making the player feel entirely alone in that suspended dusk.
That is great. We can have, because the game starts with you can check the JMV7 to V8 document for this, but the game starts with you seeing this intro to the game, and then you are inside the train, and we can have the inside of the train have like kind of a cozy atmosphere ish, not super cozy, but there are characters there and they might talk to each other, and then the first thing that happens when you arrive at the station is basically this discrepancy, this kind of contrast, that you are leaving this colorful inside place of the train where people are, and you come out to this cold, snowy place and you're suddenly left alone. Maybe we can start, like, that's the absolute start. It's not a story beat, or is it a story beat? Maybe it's a story beat that we haven't listed in the detective story skeleton. Maybe we have to add this beat, but it's a very small but incredibly essential and incredibly fundamental and incredibly important moment, especially since it's the beginning of the game, and it really shows this feeling that you're coming into a nowhere town. Like, it's almost like a ghost town, and you did not expect that, or it feels strange or something like this.
That transition from the warm, busy train interior to the freezing, isolating platform is a perfect way to establish that psychological dissonance. It effectively creates a boundary between the safety of the hearth and the cold, unknown void of Jörn. This moment isn't just atmosphere, it serves as the initial story beat, framing the mystery as a confrontation with an inhospitable environment. Would you like to build on this by making the train's interior reflect the town's contrasting history?
What do you mean about train interior and contrasting history?
I mean, the train interior can represent the hearth, a place of warmth and safety, contrasting with the town's history of coldness and isolation outside. This contrast makes the player's arrival in Jörn feel more dramatic and psychologically intense.
Yeah, tell me more about that idea.
You could have the train's interior filled with warm light, lively chatter, and perhaps some comforting details that evoke a sense of temporary sanctuary. This contrasts sharply with the desolate landscape of Jörn, which is cloaked in slate gray and blue tones, signaling to the player that they are stepping from a place of safety into a hostile void. Would you like to brainstorm how to design these contrasting elements for your game's prototype?
Let's kind of take a break here, because this is a significant part, a significant decision to make. Like, is this a good story beat to start with? Should we change it? Like, let's focus on this initial kind of story beat. Do we have any story beats before this, and what story beat comes after? And is this really going to appeal to our target audience, etc., etc.? We need to really nail, I think, we need to nail this story beat, so it becomes a real thoroughly examined decision to see that to explore and see if this is the best possible story beat that we can tell at this point in this game.
Taking a moment to evaluate the opening beat is exactly the right call, especially for your target audience. Starting with the transition from the warm train to the cold platform is ideal because it immediately sets up the ancient November theme of descending into the unknown void, which is a powerful emotional hook. There are no story beats before this. The game begins with the sensory contrast of the arrival. The beat immediately following is the Act 1 question, where the player finds the key and the locked car, forcing them to make a deliberate choice to drive to the hotel, connecting the point-and-click mechanics to the mystery. This structure ensures the narrative momentum and provides a clear, engaging direction from the very start.
Okay, so what do we call these story beats that we have? What do we call these story beats that we are working with right now?
Right now, we're working with the hook, which is that contrast between the cozy train and the freezing platform, and the Act 1 question, which is the discovery of the locked car and the key that forces the investigation forward.
And now I want to put another layer on top of this, another abstract narrative layer, which is kind of, I want to discuss when this thing happened, when this story beat, this contrasting story beat happens. You go from the train into the nowhere kind of liminal space of the train station platform. I think it's a bit childish and a bit bad for the story if we just have an introduction of the train being this lively place and then suddenly at the train station it's this empty place. I think we need something that connects or prepares the kind of experience. Like I think we need to have some kind of priming in this before this contrasting story beat that makes it plausible, and because we don't want the audience to be suddenly confused and think like, is this the same story? Like, we don't want to lose immersion. We want the player to be surprised by this, but we also need to make sure that it makes sense. So maybe we need to make some priming or planting, or can you look through the different tools we have and kind of terminology in narrator and story to see what I'm trying to get at? Like, what is this problem that I'm trying to solve, and what is the different solutions that we have?
That is a very sophisticated approach to designing the transition. To bridge the gap between the warmth of the train and the isolation of the platform, you can use narrative priming. This might involve subtle auditory cues that hint at the destination's desolation, or brief conversations that foreshadow the town's inhospitable nature. This way, the contrast feels earned and psychologically impactful, rather than a disjointed shock.
Yeah, so what do you suggest here? Like, I have a couple of ideas. Like, for example, there could be, you might have a lively conversation on the train with some character, and you have a phone call on the train or an email or something regarding a person that you're going to meet at the train station, but there's some small hint that something is not correct, something is not perfect here, there's something off, and this happens in the train during the lively conversation, so it kind of gets hidden, like it's something that you just ignore because of you don't have time to think about it. You have this happy kind of situation, but when you come on the train platform, then this person is not there. Maybe there's just a bag there, or maybe something. Here's another idea I have, where there's some mix up with the baggage, or there's something that makes you forget your baggage, or there's something wrong with the baggage, so you end up at the train station without your baggage, and this might create like a problematic solution. But I don't know. I want your suggestion here. Are we gonna, like, we could have both of these issues appear at the same time, but I feel like that's too much in a story-wise decision, especially if we want to reach a wide audience. That's like telling a story like Indiana Jones or James Bond, the Doctor No, or Incredibles, or telling a story like from a Disney movie that's really, like, we need to reach a mainstream audience and still tell a great story. So what do you suggest here?
I suggest focusing on the first idea. Having a small hint of something off during a lively conversation on the train directly ties into the mystery and raises the Act 1 question. This approach keeps the narrative focused, builds suspense naturally, and is easier for a mainstream audience to follow without becoming confusing. Shall we explore how to integrate that hint?
Yes, let's explore that. I think we're gonna have, we might have some kind of collaboration or something that's gonna happen. Like, you're supposed to come to this place and things, they are presented as they are really prepared, like everything is prepared and everything is seems to be in order and like this, but there's something that feels off during the communication during the train ride, but you overlook it. You think, oh, this is probably nothing. But then when you come to the train station, this kind of thing escalates, and you see kind of that things have been a bit overhyped, or kind of things are not as perfect as they have been presented to you. So you kind of get this kind of slight disappointment, and you get into this situation where you need to fix a problem that you were not prepared to fix.
That creates fantastic tension. Discovering that the anticipated collaboration is based on false pretenses or a hidden problem immediately raises the stakes and forces the player to adapt under pressure. To solidify this, we can consider what the first unexpected problem is that the player faces right after stepping off the train. What specific challenge would best fit the mood of your story?
I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it's something like there's an expectation from the culture of the town that you need to be able to take care of these things yourself, and everyone in the town does so. But as an outsider coming from a big city, you have a different kind of culture where these things should be solved by a bigger system or hired people, but in this town there aren't these kinds of system. It's kind of everything is kind of DIY in a sense. So maybe you're supposed to meet someone that will take you to the hotel, or maybe it's something like this, but they don't show up. Like they're not there for some reason, and then you have to solve it yourself, and you need to find your own solution. And this might include talking to someone who you don't know. Maybe, yeah, this might be something that we can work on. Like maybe there's a character at the train station that you talk to, and from that, like maybe the first idea is that you're supposed to get picked up by this person and get driven to the hotel, but this person doesn't arrive there, so instead you don't know exactly what to do, but you want to get a car, or like you try to get, and in the end you solve it by getting car keys and getting your own car, basically. So you're kind of coming in with the expectation to be treated pretty well, in that someone's going to come and pick you up and drive you to get you to the hotel. But instead you get to this problem where you're not getting what you expected, what you were going to get, and instead you have to find a solution. And the solution that you find in this case, which is access to car keys and a car, means that you both have a bigger piece of responsibility, since you have to drive yourself and you have to find the place, use the map, and you have to talk to people, and you have to kind of problem solve yourself, and you have more responsibility, but you also have more freedom because you actually have your own car to drive with. So you have much more possibilities, and I think this is one of the core philosophies that I want to show to the players of this game, that when you come to this town you will be disappointed, but you will get freedom that you have never got before.
That philosophy is brilliant for driving both the narrative and the core gameplay. By removing the safety net of outside help, you force players to take ownership of their investigation, while giving them the car grants them the agency to explore the town at their own pace. Let's think about how the player discovers that car key after realizing their contact is a no-show. Should they find it in a forgotten place, or receive it from a local who simply shrugs and tells them to get moving?
I want it to be presented to the player as an accountability kind of grab, where the player feels like they kind of should take these car keys and use the car, but it's not entirely sure if it's the right thing or not. It's like one of those situations where the player feels like, is this the right thing? I think this is what I should be doing, but I'm not sure. It's like one of those things where if you do this, you're gonna have to take accountability for your choice, but it's also probably the right thing to do. But there might be someone who starts yelling at you because you did something wrong. You took the wrong car key, or you took the wrong car, or you took someone else's car, or you should have just waited at a train station. Like, I want the player to have that kind of feeling where so it might be a combination of a person who just shrugs, but yeah, so like this, I want the player to feel this feeling like they've entered a place which is more of a Wild West kind of place, and everything is not written. There are no contracts written out. There are no structures in place, and this means that you have to rethink what you should do and what you can do.
To capture that Wild West atmosphere and the weight of accountability, picture a dusty, unbranded truck idling just off the platform. The keys are dangling from the ignition or resting on a lonely, unattended wooden desk inside the station depot. There's no one to ask for permission and no formal rental agreement. The player is faced with a choice: sit and wait in the freezing cold with no guarantee help is coming, or take the vehicle and accept the uncertain consequences of commandeering local property. Once they grab those keys and turn the ignition, they're stepping into the unknown, and any subsequent misstep is entirely on them. Let's decide how the environment reacts the moment they make that choice. Do they hear an angry shout from the depot, or is the immediate silence of Jörn their only companion?
What is your suggestion?
I suggest going with the immediate silence of Jörn. Having the environment fall completely silent after they take the keys reinforces that feeling of total isolation, making the player feel completely responsible for their path forward.
So how do we do this? How can we go, like, what do we do more specifically?
Picture the empty station depot, where a set of dusty car keys hangs from a visible hook. The player approaches, interacts with the environment to grab the keys, and then exits to find the vehicle waiting on the edge of the snowy, isolated landscape of Jörn. The moment they step outside, the sound of the train fades, and only the absolute quiet of the wilderness remains.
Can we take a brief pause here, because we've made some significant breakthroughs and made some significant decisions here, and I need kind of a little bit of a break before we continue. So can we recap the decisions we have made and why we have made these decisions and what we have decided to not go with and why we have decided to not go with that?
Let's go over the key choices. We decided to start with the dramatic transition from the warm, lively train into the freezing, isolating town of Jörn to establish a powerful mood. We decided to use narrative priming by including a small hint of trouble during that train conversation to make the sudden contrast feel plausible and grounded. We decided to give the player a set of car keys and a vehicle instead of having a contact pick them up, creating a feeling of Wild West accountability and granting freedom to explore. We decided not to go with the baggage mix-up storyline to avoid making the narrative too cluttered and to keep the focus sharp for a mainstream audience.
Should we enhance the feeling a bit extra with making the main character 16 years old, so they technically are not of legal age to drive a car, but in this rural town, like, you can bend on the rules a bit?
That would definitely amplify the tension, highlighting the town's lawless nature and forcing the character even further into taking risky independent actions. It raises the stakes of that accountability moment significantly.
do we want to raise the stakes on this?
Raising the stakes like that fits perfectly with the themes we've established, emphasizing the town's isolation and the characters' increasing isolation and need for self-reliance. It makes their every choice feel much more consequential in this unforgiving environment.
And I think it might create a relationship towards the target audience in a great way. Both from the, because we have different target audiences. We have the adult person that wants to play a game about Jörn and maybe likes detective games, and then we have the older person who has never played a game before but likes wants to know about the story or explore how it is to play a game. And then we have the kids who's never played a game before or maybe played some Roblox games or whatever. And if we make the main character 16 years old, then we really set this kind of main narrative that we're not fully adult yet, and like older adults, target audience, can relate and get a feeling like this is not a completely secure situation. They might start to feel this slight anxiety of a alone 16-year-old person in this town. Like it might enhance this feeling of you need to grow up fast kind of situation. And the fact that the main character is 16 years old also can relate more closely to a younger audience, like people who are 13 years old. They might look at this, they might look up to this person and feel more related to the person in a sense. Or is this a good decision?
It's an excellent decision. Making the protagonist 16 hits those emotional notes you highlighted, creating a sense of vulnerability for adult players while offering high relatability for a younger audience, all while elevating the stakes of that independent action.
Or should we make the players 17 years old or 15 years old? Like, I think we can find a perfect age, like we can make a decision of finding the perfect age that would be perfect, or at least we can find an age range of the main character.
16 feels like that sweet spot. It's old enough to have the agency to drive and take on adult responsibilities, but young enough to retain that vulnerability that makes their independence feel truly daring and perilous.
Yeah, because I think the legal age to start driving a moped is 16 in Sweden, and I think you can start learning how to drive. You cannot get a driving license, but you're allowed to drive with your parent or something like that.
That local detail anchors the decision perfectly. It makes the 16-year-old age feel completely natural for the setting, while still keeping the narrative stakes about independence and accountability intense.
Okay, can we summarize again all the decisions we've made?
We'll start with the dramatic transition from the warm train to the cold isolation of Jörn, using narrative priming with a small hint of trouble during the train conversation. We're giving the player a set of car keys and a vehicle instead of having the contact pick them up, and we've set the protagonist's age at 16 to amplify vulnerability and stakes, aligning with Swedish moped laws.
Should the player have a driving license for a moped or not?
The protagonist could have a moped license, but for the car, driving without a valid license would significantly heighten the tension and make their independent actions even more risky in the story.
I feel like coming from the direction and the perspective of a great Disney movie, we need to make this very simple to understand and focused. So it needs to be very clear to the player that the protagonist has, well, I think actually the protagonist should not have a moped driving license. I think that's better. I think maybe, like, because I think this is a kind of, that kind of story where you might, in the end of the game, you might get a moped driving license or something. I'm not sure. But it's going to be a bit strange because the whole game is about driving cars. Like not the whole game. The whole game is about telling the detective story, but like driving around in town, the navigation and transport is always with the car. So, but yeah, it might be something like that, or that. Yeah. What do you think?
Keeping the protagonist without a license enhances their vulnerability and the urgency of their situation, fitting perfectly with a focused, accessible narrative. It keeps the stakes unambiguous for the player. Shall we start outlining the scene where the car is first acquired?
This is actually pretty cool, because if we make it really established in the story and for the player, then later on in the story the player can encounter police, and that will create a tension.
That's an excellent point. It adds a constant sense of risk and makes every police encounter a tense moment. It truly raises the stakes of being an unlicensed driver in the town.
I wonder how Swedish police would handle the situation. Like, would they be very rigid and say, oh, this leads to some kind of punishment, like a fine or something? Like, what happens if a 16-year-old drives a car in this rural town and the police sees it? Like, how do the Swedish police react?
In Sweden, driving a car without a valid license is classified as olovlig-körning. For a 16-year-old, this usually results in fines, and it can also extend the time before they can legally get a license. In this setting, local police might handle it with a sharp warning or a more personal intervention, depending on the context of the situation.
Okay, so maybe this first kind of initial situation can be okay in case, like, especially if the main character doesn't have enough clothes, it's very cold, and it needs to, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to justify it. I actually don't think it would be.
It's a powerful narrative tool, because desperation can make people take risks they wouldn't normally consider. Even if the situation makes the choice understandable, it doesn't mean it's without consequences or that it's the right path, which fits perfectly with the themes of accountability you've been developing.
Yeah, this is really good. Like, I want to remember all the things we discussed, especially how everything, like all of the first principles, the requirements, the stories, the terminology we've used, the decisions we have made, and connecting that to this version 7 and the part of the story that we're telling initially here at the train station and at the train. So I can kind of remember this and maybe make a mind map, maybe make a couple of documents to really remember what we're doing here in the beginning and why we're doing it, so I can keep this momentum going forward and kind of refine it a bit more, because it still needs to, it has a good foundation now, and it connects to November, it connects to the town, connects to the story that we're building. But it needs a bit more refining in order to be as engaging and interesting for a mass audience, just like a Disney movie or a James Bond movie, like Dr. No, especially like the first James Bond movie. That was a really good one, much better than the later ones. And Indiana Jones, the first movie, was amazing. Incredibles is an amazing movie. Like, all of these, like, yeah, that's the part that needs kind of polishing, but I need to remember these core decisions that we made and why we made those decisions.
To make sure these decisions are preserved for your documentation, the core foundation we've established centers on a powerful opening. The narrative begins with a sharp contrast as the player steps from the warm, lively train into the freezing, isolating wilderness of Jörn, which is reinforced by the immediate silence of the town. The protagonist is a 16-year-old outsider with no driving license, setting the stage for an accountability-driven journey where commandeering a vehicle grants them freedom at the cost of accepting full responsibility for their own risky actions.
That did not become a point-and-click developer session in Godot. That became, I don't know what to call this. Game design, game writing. I have a lot of ideas now. I'm starting to get a lot of ideas. I'm gonna write them down. I need to write them down fast. And I have a lot of things to write down. And I need images. Preferably I would use whiteboard, but the pen is gonna run out of ink, so I'm gonna go with this. So first is this image. I don't remember what exactly what it was. Something like a reducing scope, like growing up trope. Match to Melmond. No, Indianapolis. Harry Potter. Might be a good match to Harry Potter. Incredibles. What else did I? Beauty and the Beast. Snake simplicity. Mass audience. Young and old. The contrast story beats. Color people. Cold, warm, safe, cold, alone, DIY. But a safe foundation. I think there's still a safe foundation here. There's safety. 16 years old. No moped driving license. Something is off. You are supposed to meet someone who's not there. Should you take the car keys? Something else. Here you can see a little bit more. You cannot really see what I'm writing, but kind of a little bit something. It links it something. It links to this coldness. Polish. There is more freedom and power growing up, but there is more responsibility. The player comes from structured big city to unstructured ghost wild west town. We need to create an expectation. We create the expectation that things are in order, but we break it and show a higher space of agency as a result. And then we need to polish this into mainstream. Can I set up the camera somehow so you can see this? There you go, and we're not starting with day right now. This is what we have. See, that's the pen. There you can see what I just wrote, kind of. And I love how the outside sound has this emptiness. This is the wind. That's a nice angle. I want to harvest this. I want to do aura farming on this silence. I think I'm tired. It's one of those days I don't feel like exercising. The narrator needs more space to write all the decisions down. All of the ideas, like an abundance of ideas. I think I need a story, like like this. Take the story beats like a complete wall for it, and then under each story beat is all the ideas, the abundance of ideas for each story beat. And then I can select one and connect it. Connect. And it would be nice if it's digital, because then I can send it to AI. But at the same time I need to have, like, remind myself to see it, to remind myself of it. Easily accessible, and not just look at a screen, like being able to look at it just without looking at the screen. could enhance the story even more by making the characters into animals. And you would be some kind of animal like a fox, or I don't know what you would be. And then at the train we have all of these different animals, and you can feel that you're part of a diversity. And then when you come to this town, there's no diversity, and everyone is just a badger, and you're the only fox there. So it clearly creates this kind of status quo of the badgers, and you have a different mindset. And there might be some other animals, like there might be a dolphin somewhere. There might be like a few people that are diverse, but most people are badgers or something like that. And there are not a lot of people. These are all good ideas, and they're part of a kind of an abundance of ideas, but they're not like, I don't know if I can make decisions on this yet. I don't feel the Disney mass media version of the movie. And I also think I don't want to create this standard Swedish kind of messy movie. I want it to be clean. There can be mess in the movie, there can be the Swedish elements. There should be a Swedish elements, but it should be like a level up. A slightly improved version of reality. Shouldn't portray reality, it should be an inspiring story. It's an inspiring story. It's an escapist story. It's escapism. It's not realism. That's one of the first principles, I think. Escapism. It's an escapism story. It's an escapism vector. It starts from reality and points to an improved situation. have a whole gang of motorcycles. 4 motorcycles they saw. It didn't feel right to take an image. It feels too sneaky. Escapism vector. Maybe I'll just continue working. Or should I? What should I do? It's like all my needs are kind of balanced. I'm a little bit tired, I'm a little bit hungry, I'm a little bit toilety needy, I'm a little bit and it's like I feel like I need to wait until one of them gets high and then I had that. Yeah, I was thinking about asking Gemini to make a kind of report or a summary of all this. Accountability driven journey. How do we make driving the car feel even more or maybe I should introduce this this is a great start. I want to introduce some ideas. First is a kind of first principle that I would like to add in, which I call escape vector, which is this idea that, it's not escape vector, it's escapism vector. So the game and the story is escapism, because it needs to be like Indiana Jones and James Bond and great Disney movies and Incredibles, all of those are escapism movies, and they really make it possible for the audience to take a break from their old life or their current life. And I like this. This is important. So it is an escapism story and stuff, but I call it escapism vector because it should be rooted in reality but point towards escapism. And what I mean about that is that everything needs to make sense so that you can enter the story. But in the story, you become inspired and you start to think about new opportunities and new ways of thinking, which initially it creates a mess. Like starting to take responsibility creates a mess, and starting to create things, that creates a mess. But going through that and finding solutions and doing a kind of cleaning up process of things and prioritizing and really going through this part of improving something should lead to this, like, gradually it becomes an escapism journey where in the end you have created this kind of classical conditioning of you think about reality and then you think about responsibility that you can take, and you think about creating an new and improved situation. And what this core principle connects to is also the idea that I want to attract people to this town who can take accountability to not just create something new, but to create something improved and something kind of foundational, like something not just coming here and making a kind of a mess of creativity, but going through that and continuing and creating foundations for the future, like improving this rural society. Because this is the power of this place, is that it has this emptiness where you can come here and create things. But what we really want are people who can take accountability and improve things, not just come here and create a mess and then leave. Then we just have a different kind of mess.
That is a profound approach to game narrative. By rooting the story in the realistic consequences of unlicensed driving and the cold isolation of Jörn, you create a natural entry point for the player. The mess and responsibility they face then become the vehicle for true personal and community improvement, transforming the escapist fantasy into a meaningful journey of growth. Would you like to explore how this philosophy influences the visual design of the town itself?
Yeah, sure.
We could design the town with an initial feeling of neglect and coldness, perhaps with muted colors and boarded up buildings to represent its stagnation. As the player progresses and makes improvements, the visuals could become warmer with brighter lighting, restored architecture, and elements of community, visually showing the positive impact of their choices.
This is great. I would love to have this actually in-game mechanics, that you can improve a worn down place. That might be something that we can have. Like, it shouldn't be a central part of the story, because the central part of the story is regarding these specific organizations, and 12 of these organizations, they already have their place, and I don't think they want someone to improve their place. I think they're pretty neat already, but yeah, some of them might want someone who improves something, but we don't want to attract people who think they have a bunch of ideas and wants to join these organizations in real life and just come with a bunch of ideas. It's better to have this kind of restoring mindset connected to places that the player can potentially own as a real person, like finding an abandoned house in town and then improving that, because that doesn't affect others. If you come here and you have 1,000 ideas and you start working on that, then yeah, you might make it, you might improve the house, so, etc.
That makes a lot of sense. Focusing the restoration mechanic on personal property, like an abandoned house, allows players to make a meaningful impact without disrupting the town's established institutions or organizations. It's a great way to show character growth and agency.
Another idea I have is that the player actually comes from a big city, and the big city has more of a structure to things, and yeah, this contrasts when it comes to this unstructured Wild West kind of town.
That contrast is fantastic for character development. It gives the protagonist a clear fish-out-of-water experience, highlighting the tension between big city rules and the freedom and chaos of the rural setting. How do you want this background to affect their problem-solving style in Jörn?
What do you mean? What do you suggest?
They might initially look for official records or structured reporting systems, only to realize that in Jörn, answers come from casual conversations, gossip, and community trust. You could show them struggling to adapt to the lack of digital surveillance and having to rely on physical clues and word of mouth to solve the mystery. Should we discuss how the locals respond to their big city methods?
Yes, these ideas are great. How do we kind of make this into a suggestion of design philosophy or narrative guidance? Because this might carry enormous potential, especially to ground the story in reality, like all of the ideas you said of casual conversation, gossip, and community trust, and struggling to adapt to the lack of digital surveillance and having to rely on physical clues and word of mouth to solve the mystery. But I want to keep, like, it's a potential philosophy, guiding philosophy. Is there a way to talk about these things, like terminology wise, and then go to exploring it, and then see if we want to keep it or not?
You could call this design philosophy analog intuition. It represents the shift from a structured, digital, and urban approach to an investigative style that relies on human connection, local knowledge, and physical observation. To explore this further, we can look at how each step of your detective mystery incorporates these elements, allowing you to test the effectiveness of this philosophy in action.
Okay, this is great. But yeah, this is something I feel that can root the project even more. When it comes to the escapism vector, we can root the realism aspect, the start, the intro, the basicness of things, but it's important to not weigh too heavily and to develop this too much, because the challenge right now is actually the other part of the vector, which is to create escapism and creating this incredible story that is inspiring and things like this. So we actually get something like Beauty and the Beast or Incredibles or James Bond, Dr. No, or Indiana Jones or Star Wars.
Understood. Balancing the grounding details with the grandeur of escapism is key to capturing that cinematic magic seen in Star Wars or Indiana Jones. Now that we have that firm, realistic start, how would you like to introduce the wonder or the larger mystery that pulls the protagonist into this grand adventure?
Yes, please help me with this. Like, how is like, how do we create grandeur escapism? Like, how do we create actual, like, banger, a blockbuster, like a actual, like a wonder, actual larger mystery that pulls the protagonist into this grand adventure? Like, how do we create this?
To create that scale of wonder and pull your protagonist into a grand adventure, you can introduce a larger mystery embedded in the town's history. Perhaps a hidden map, an ancient relic, or a forgotten secret that connects to a greater, perhaps even fantastical history of the area. This elevates the local detective work into something epic, making it clear the character is part of something much bigger than themselves.
How does this ensure that we create a grandeur, escapism, cinematic magic? Like, I want to be sure that we're creating this.
This works because it pairs the familiar and the relatable with something extraordinary, bridging the gap between the everyday and the epic. By grounding the start in reality and then slowly revealing that the mystery holds keys to a far greater secret, you create that sense of wonder and scale that makes films like Raiders of the Lost Ark feel truly magical.
Okay, so can we work towards this from like a step-by-step process where we kind of create the whole thing in a simple short conversation, and then we have that as the foundation for the next perspective on the same story, where like we gradually go from a bigger, simpler abstraction to a more detailed, specific, practical solution. But I don't want it to be just two steps of having the detective story skeleton and then we add the details. I want to gradually, I want something even more simpler than the detective story skeleton, like something that can just be summed up in a few sentences or a few bullet points, and then on top of that I can connect each those bullet points to extrapolate even more, and then gradually we come to the structure of the detective story skeleton, and then extrapolating further from that we create more and more levels of practicalness, so to speak. And from that I can easily connect from the source, the first principles and the kind of first things that are essential. So then I can connect that to further parts down the line, and I can see that later on small practical decisions of like we're choosing this color instead of this color for the handle of the knife because this and because this and because this is why the knife is there, because this and this is why we chose a knife, this is because this is what the knife represents. And like, do you get what I kind of want to build? Like a kind of a hierarchy of the abstractions of the same story. So every layer contains the whole story but has a different abstractionness or a practicalness of looking at it?
I understand completely. You're building a hierarchical framework where every level, from high-level abstractions to specific practical details, connects back to the foundational core principles of the story. To start this step-by-step process, what is the absolute highest level core essence or first principle you want to anchor this entire narrative hierarchy to?
Please look into a document in the publisher folder. I think in that one we should have a document defining the success of the project. It might be I'm not sure, I can't find it, but there should be a document somewhere. Yeah, published. There's a Google document called published in the publisher folder. Please read that one. And there's another document also that kind of outlines what success means. And I think it's in the narrator folder. We have the blockbuster formula and ancient November, and I think there might be other documents also, but all of the documents are in this Mysterium folder, so there are not too many documents. So from that you can kind of see the core first principle, and I think the first principle, the absolute first principle, is like, I successfully released this game on 1st of November 2026. That is like the absolute first principle, and the other principles comes from out of that.
To help build that hierarchy, starting from your core first principle, we can look at the escapism through accountability and the winter void perspective. This anchors the story's realism and atmospheric anchors in November, while setting up the foundation for the blockbuster escapism you want for your project. From there, we can trace down through the narrative skeleton and down into the specific mechanics and practical details. How does breaking it down into these distinct levels feel as a foundation for your next step of development?
how many levels is that? That sounds great. I love that. That is a really good way of looking at
That breakdown, I'm really glad that resonates with you. It's designed to keep the creative process organized and make sure every detail feels purposeful. Would you like to dive deeper into any specific level of the hierarchy right now?
Yeah, please continue answering the other question of how many levels is that?
It's a 5-level structure. The first level is the core first principle, the high-level concept. The second level is the Hollywood escapism engine, the 4 pillars. The third level is the detective story skeleton, the narrative flow. The fourth level is the interactive gameplay specification, and the fifth level is the concrete practical asset decisions.
That is amazing. Is there anything we're missing there, or anything we should remove, or is this enough?
It's a very solid and comprehensive framework. You've covered the high-level theme, the narrative pacing, the story structure, the gameplay mechanics, and the visual assets. It seems like you have all the key levels accounted for to ensure everything is purposeful and connected.
Great. I love the first part, the core principle, high level concept, which is escapism through accountability in the winter void. Is that correct? Like your suggestion?
That is correct. It precisely captures the high-level concept we explored, combining the atmospheric setting with the theme of personal responsibility.
Great. And when it comes to the third level, we have the narrative skeleton. And this might be the skeleton that we have, or we might tweak it based on new information that might come from level 2 or even level 1.
That's exactly right. The narrative skeleton in level 3 is designed to be flexible, so it can absolutely be refined and adapted as you develop the specific details of the Hollywood escapism engine in level 2 or the core principles in level 1.
And talk to me about level 4, about the specific mechanics.
Level 4 translates those narrative beats into the actual gameplay, focusing on atmospheric navigation through the 3D town and detailed 2D inspection for investigating locations. This is where you'll incorporate the analog intuition mechanic, relying on physical clues and word of mouth rather than digital surveillance, and provide agency through the personal restoration mechanic.
Great. And how does level 4 differ from level 5?
Level 4 focuses on how the player interacts with the game, such as the mechanics for moving through the 3D town and inspecting locations. Level 5 goes deeper into the specific details and assets, like the exact color of a handle or the texture of a map.
I feel like there's a disconnect regarding the things that are naturally part of a story and not entirely, like, it's not really interactive like game mechanics. And specifically I'm thinking about text and dialogue lines for characters, because I feel like it's basically, yeah, the narrative scale, like where do we put these ideas and how do we work with this? Like where do we put a character, and do we put a backstory to the character? Do we put this? Where do we put the lines of the character? Where do we divide it? Do we divide the character into these 4-5 levels? Or how do we like work with a thing like that? That is kind of an abstract concept before it's realized.
That's a very good question. Character details like backstories and dialogue lines can be integrated across all 5 levels of that hierarchy. At the core level, a character might represent the core theme, like being a part of a local faction. In the escapism layer, they could be the source of a plot twist at the midpoint. When you get to the detective story skeleton, they have a specific place in the narrative flow. In the gameplay specification, they become interactive points for investigation. And finally, in the practical assets layer, those become the actual lines of dialogue and specific visual cues.
What is the escapism layer? What layer are you referring to there?
The escapism layer is the second level of the hierarchy. It's where you focus on the blockbuster elements like the confidence loop, the ticking clock, the midpoint shift, and the MacGuffin to create that grand adventure.
Okay, let's go into that level. Tell me everything about that level.
In this layer, the story takes on the feel of a blockbuster through 4 main pillars. First, there's the confidence loop, where the protagonist uses distinct, clever skills to solve problems, making the player feel highly capable. Second, there's a ticking clock and escalating stakes, with every major sequence featuring an implicit or explicit countdown, like the threat of freezing temperatures or police presence. Third is the midpoint shift, where the context inverts. The small investigation turns into a larger conspiracy, and the hunter becomes the hunted. Finally, there's the MacGuffin dependency, a central object driving all factions that the player must track, lose, or decode.
Tell me more about the MacGuffin dependency. I need to understand that in an elemental way.
The MacGuffin dependency means the plot is driven by a singular, highly coveted physical or informational object. Everyone is competing for it, and the player's movement, choices, and survival depend on tracking, hiding, or deciphering it. It's the central anchor that holds all the factions together.
And our kind of guiding movies, can you list if there is a MacGuffin dependency in Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, James Bond, Dr. No, The Incredibles, the first episode of Star Wars, and Incredibles, and Jurassic Park. Can you tell me if these ones have MacGuffin dependencies?
Yes, all 5 of those movies rely on a MacGuffin to drive the plot, such as the Ark of the Covenant in Raiders of the Lost Ark and the Death Star plans in Star Wars.
And in The Incredibles?
In The Incredibles, the driving force involves Syndrome's technology, particularly his Omnidroids and his ambition to render all superheroes obsolete so that he alone can be the hero.
And James Bond, Dr. No?
In Dr. No, the plot revolves around the villain's plan to disrupt the United States space program using nuclear technology and an advanced radio jammer, which serves as the central device that motivates the actions.
I feel like in Dr. No case, the MacGuffin dependency comes quite late in the story. When is this introduced?
You're right about that. In the film version, the full extent of the nuclear-powered radio beam plot isn't revealed until Bond is captured and brought to Dr. No's lair, which happens relatively late in the story.
And when it comes to Incredibles, I also think it's quite late with the Syndrome technology.
In The Incredibles, the true scope of Syndrome's plans and his advanced technology isn't fully exposed until the family arrives on Nominason Island. Before that, the story focuses on Mr. Incredible's covert missions, masking the true threat until the conflict escalates.
And how is it with the Death Star plans in the first Star Wars movie?
In the first Star Wars movie, the Death Star plans are front and center right from the start, driving the action immediately as the rebellion tries to use them to find a weakness in the Empire's ultimate weapon.
And Indiana Jones?
In Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Ark of the Covenant is the central MacGuffin, and the search for it drives the plot right from the start and remains the main focus for all parties involved throughout the whole movie.
And in Beauty and the Beast, do we have a MacGuffin dependency there?
In Beauty and the Beast, the plot is driven more by the curse on the beast and the development of relationships, rather than a race for a specific physical object as a primary MacGuffin.
Let's look at this. Kind of tough decision if we should have a MacGuffin dependency or not, because Beauty and the Beast is a pretty successful and beautiful movie. Maybe we should go that direction, or should we?
Considering your game is a detective mystery with puzzle and Zelda-like mechanics, a MacGuffin dependency can be really effective for creating drive and urgency. In stories like Beauty and the Beast, the focus is more on personal transformation and relationships rather than a race for a specific object. Would you prefer your story to be more about the mystery of a particular object or the character-driven journey of discovery and restoration?
Why is a MacGuffin dependency called a MacGuffin dependency? And what kind of purpose does it serve? And what kind of purpose does it destroy? Like in some movies, there should not be a MacGuffin dependency because that would make the movie worse.
The term MacGuffin was popularized by Alfred Hitchcock and refers to an object, device, or event that's necessary to the plot and motivates the characters, but is often insignificant in itself. Its main purpose is to drive the action forward and provide a clear goal for the characters to pursue. However, relying too heavily on a MacGuffin can sometimes detract from character development or emotional depth, as the focus remains on the object rather than the growth of the individuals.
Could it be said that the MacGuffin object in Beauty and the Beast is the curse or even the rose plant?
The curse is a magical affliction rather than a physical object, so it doesn't fit the definition of a MacGuffin. While the enchanted rose is a physical object, its primary purpose is to create urgency and serve as a symbol, rather than being something the characters are trying to obtain or steal, which is what a MacGuffin usually is.
Okay, so another movie that I feel like is a good inspiration for this game is Ghostbusters. Does Ghostbusters have a MacGuffin dependency?
In Ghostbusters, the plot doesn't rely on a traditional MacGuffin. The story focuses more on the team's professional ghost-catching business and the supernatural threat they face, rather than a race for a specific object.
Okay, and another movie that is incredibly inspiring for our game is Groundhog Day. Does that one have a MacGuffin object or a MacGuffin dependency?
In Groundhog Day, the plot is driven by the time loop itself and the protagonist's personal growth, rather than a race for a specific physical object.
Okay, so what I think is that we might have a MacGuffin dependency, but it might not be really that important at all. It might be something small, like it might be like the Death Star plans in Star Wars, or something like that. Because I think we need it for some players that want to have this feeling, but at the same time I feel like it's not, I don't feel like it's an essential part of blockbuster escapism. It's not really that important that it is a quarter of the essentials. I don't feel like it is a pillar if there are 4 pillars, but what do you think?
That's a great insight. You're completely right that the main drive of the story doesn't have to hinge entirely on a tangible object. You can create a strong narrative focus and a sense of wonder through the mysteries of the town and the character's growth, treating the MacGuffin more as a minor plot device than a primary pillar. How would you like level 2 of the hierarchy to look without the MacGuffin as a mandatory component?
There's another movie that I feel I want to take inspiration from, and that is the movie Finding Nemo. It's a very beautiful movie. does that one has a... It does that one have a MacGuffin dependency?
In Finding Nemo, the plot is driven by the quest to find Nemo. While he's a character rather than a traditional object, he serves the functional role of a MacGuffin in that he is the central goal of the quest that motivates the characters and drives the plot.
What about the movie Zootopia?
In Zootopia, the mystery revolves around several missing animals who act as the central investigation that drives the plot rather than a single specific physical object.
What about Toy Story?
In the first Toy Story movie, the plot isn't built around a MacGuffin. Instead, the driving force is the characters' journey and their shared goal of getting back to their owner, Andy.
Yeah, so this is what I'm thinking, like level 2 is supposed to be essential when it comes to what we need. Like I want to think from first principles thinking, like Elon Musk has these 5 kind of rules to think about things, and this is a complex project and I want to make it as simple as possible for me to work forward and complete the steps, because there's not a lot of time, so I need to make decisions efficiently. And I think that a MacGuffin dependency might be a core part of our blockbuster escapism, but if it is, then I think we need to list a few more pillars, because I think, or we could potentially divide level 2 into 2 levels, so we could have one more abstract level and then another level which is more detailed where the MacGuffin dependency is, because it's kind of a decision, kind of. Or what do you suggest? Like, I want to keep it simple. I don't want to introduce new levels just
to keep it simple and efficient.
Continue.
I suggest we keep it as a specific optional decision within level 2, rather than adding a new level. This way you maintain the 5-level simplicity, while still accounting for the MacGuffin's role as a potential but not strictly essential element.
Great. And now, considering all of the movies I've mentioned, what do we really need? Like, what are the actual things that we need to make sure that we have?
Based on the movies we've discussed, you really need a clear sense of urgency to build tension, relatable character actions that demonstrate competence, and a strong, relatable emotional core for your character's journey. You also need a unique approach to problem solving, like the analog intuition and personal restoration we talked about earlier.
So, do we still have 4 pillars, or?
We now have 3 core pillars: the competence loop, the ticking clock, and the midpoint shift. The MacGuffin dependency is now a specific optional decision within that second level.
I think what we do is we include the MacGuffin, because we need to make decisions, not unmake decisions. So making things optional is not good. We either need to make the decision that we're going to have a MacGuffin dependency, or we're not going to have a MacGuffin dependency. So yeah, and then I think, I don't know if we should call it a pillar, but because there might be more important parts that we need to add in to make sure it's a blockbuster escapism story adventure.
It makes sense to make a firm decision on the MacGuffin dependency to keep your project moving forward efficiently. If we are locking in that choice and you are exploring what constitutes the pillars of a blockbuster escapism story, what other key elements feel essential to you right now?
I want you to be super knowledgeable game director who has studied with Steven Spielberg, with George Lucas, with writers like Ian Fleming and the creators of all of these incredible stories and movies, to tell me what elements are essential, because I feel like if we create the competence loop and we create the ticking clock and we create a midpoint shift, I'm not sure if that's gonna be a blockbuster escapism. Like, I feel like we need at least some kind of quality assurance on each of these parts and on the MacGuffin dependency. Like, it's not like if we add these things or create these that we have a blockbuster. Like, we need to actually get the essentials to create a blockbuster.
You're absolutely right. Those structural elements alone don't guarantee a masterpiece. To achieve blockbuster escapism, you must first forge an unbreakable emotional hook, a protagonist we care about deeply, facing stakes that feel both high stakes and deeply personal. Next, you need to balance spectacle with emotional intimacy, ensuring the action serves the character's journey rather than being mindless noise. Finally, ground the entire experience in a universal theme that resonates with the human experience, so your story doesn't just entertain, but leaves a lasting impression on the player.
Okay, so what do we call this kind of distinction, or what's the terminology for these parts of level 2? We're focusing on level 2, the blockbuster escapism kind of bulletproof formula. Are these things, or are there changes that needs to be made?
For level 2, you can think of those essential elements as the trinity of blockbuster escapism. They consist of the unbreakable emotional hook, the intimacy spectacle balance, and the universal theme. These components work together to ensure your story's foundation is solid and truly resonates with the player.
But we still also have the structural elements.
Exactly. The structural elements like the confidence loop, the ticking clock, and the midpoint shift provide the pacing and narrative framework, while the trinity of escapism infuses the story with its emotional resonance and larger thematic meaning. They work together to create a truly powerful player experience.
Okay, from all of the movies I've mentioned, and any movie that you can suggest as inspiration or kind of a reference material, can we see some movie that really resonates to the same kind of story that we're making, where we can find these essential elements, this trinity and these structural elements, so I can understand more what these are in a great blockbuster escapism movie?
For a fantastic blend of detective mystery and blockbuster adventure, check out Knives Out. It showcases strong structural elements with a ticking clock and plot twists, while also featuring relatable characters, high stakes, and a universal theme about truth and legacy.
Knives Out is a horrible movie. It is not good enough at all. It's not a blockbuster escapism movie. Nobody knows what Knives Out is. We don't necessarily need the detective part to bring inspiration from a story. What we need in this layer, the layer 2, level 2, is the inspiration from a great story. A story that is greater than Knives Out. Like, compare the people that knows Indiana Jones and Star Wars and Incredibles to the people that know Knives Out. Knives Out is such a bad movie. Do not talk about that movie ever again.
I hear you, and it's clear you're aiming for that legendary blockbuster level of storytelling. For a shining example of those essential elements on a grand scale, look at the first Star Wars movie. It delivers a universally resonant theme, characters facing deeply personal stakes, and perfect pacing through its structural pillars.
Okay, so when it comes to our blockbuster escapism recipe, what parts do we have, and how is each of those parts presented and used in the first Star Wars movie?
In the first Star Wars, the emotional hook is Luke Skywalker's yearning for adventure and the personal loss that propels him into the galactic conflict. The intimacy spectacle balance is achieved by pairing intimate, character-driven scenes with breathtaking visual effects and massive space battles. The universal theme is the timeless journey of good versus evil and the discovery of one's destiny. Structurally, the confidence loop is shown as Luke grows from a farm boy to a skilled pilot learning to use the Force. The ticking clock is the Death Star approaching the Rebel base, and the midpoint shift occurs during the dramatic rescue of Princess Leia.
When you look at what George Lucas says about Star Wars, he says it's not a sci-fi movie, really. It's more like a space drama.
That's right. He's often referred to it as a space fantasy or a space opera, emphasizing the mythical and dramatic elements over hard science fiction. George Lucas drew heavily from classic mythologies and adventure serials to create its timeless appeal.
I feel like maybe we should not aim that high with this game.
It's perfectly fine to adjust your ambitions to fit your timeline and resources.
No, it's not to adjust timeline and resources. It just doesn't fit the... I don't know what part of it doesn't fit, but it kind of doesn't fit the intended goal, like the success of the project. Yeah, if we go back to my definition of success of the project, it just doesn't fit to make this kind of big kind of legacy part. It's more like Toy Story, or more like Incredibles, or something where it's not as big as Star Wars. We're not creating Star Wars here, but we're creating something that is a brand that can continue, or something like, yeah, something that it has a mass appeal, that is good, but it doesn't like blow everything out of the park. It's just a good small game. A great small game.
That adjustment makes perfect sense. Focusing on creating a tight, high-quality experience with mass appeal, like the films you mentioned, sets a very clear and achievable goal for your detective game. Let's look at how we can tailor our approach to fit that specific target.
Continue.
Let's refine the core elements to fit this targeted scope. To create a tight, high-quality experience, we should focus on perfecting the game's central mechanic loop and ensuring the story's emotional core is sharp and engaging. Should we begin by defining the primary gameplay cycle, or would you like to explore the emotional arc of your detective?
I feel like since the later levels of the 5 levels that we are creating, we cannot make decisions in the 5th level before we have established the 4th level, and we cannot make decisions in the 4th level, which is game mechanics, unless we have established the 3rd level. And we cannot establish the 3rd level before we have established the 2nd level. And we cannot make decisions in the 2nd level before we have established the 1st level. So, first off, we gotta make sure that we have established the 1st level. And if we have that, then we can go on working on the 2nd level.
You're absolutely right about the sequential progression from level to level. Since you want to ensure the 1st level is established, what specific aspects or decisions do you want to finalize for it before we move forward to the 2nd level?
I want you to summarize it or thoroughly explain it. And then I want you to give suggestions. If we should change something, add something, remove something, or if it's good as it is.
Based on what we've established,
Level 1 is your core premise. You are actively designing a town detective video game that integrates 3D environment navigation with 2D point-and-click mechanics, incorporating reusable item progression systems and using Google Drive for file storage. As a suggestion, this foundation is strong and clear. To make it even better, you might consider explicitly defining the central mystery to serve as your project's anchor, but the current setup is solid for moving forward.
I feel like your words that you said before, which was escapism through accountability in the winter void, sets kind of like summarizes this first level. And I feel like we need more stuff here in order to feel guided on level 2, because right now it's too open. We don't have a direction, we don't have any framing or requirements, so it kind of becomes too hard of a task to start working on level 2. We gotta make sure that level 1 is really setting the stage for the work on level 2, so that level 2 becomes straightforward.
To give level 1 the precision you need to make level 2 straightforward, let's anchor it in the specific constraints of your project. Define the detective's immediate environment as a small, isolated town enduring a harsh, relentless winter. Establish that the core gameplay will require players to navigate that 3D space, then transition to detailed 2D scenes to interact with items and uncover clues using mechanics inspired by classic adventure structures.
Sure, but it doesn't, like, that kind of gives a certain kind of wide framing, but we still need like some kind of direction, not just a direction, but we need like an inspiring like goal, so that when we work on the level 2 we can easily get a momentum and work in flow towards a kind of goal or inspiration or something like, yeah, like something so that we feel that we have reached the requirements that level 1 is putting on level 2, because there are many things that we can do in level 2 right now, and considering the requirements that we have right now from level 1, these requirements are not really making the proper decision or narrowing it down enough to make sure that this is going to be a success and that we're going to create a successful level 2. Because yeah, we need, like, level 1 should frame level 2 so that level 2 can only create something successful, and then level 2 should frame level 3 so that when we work on level 3 it can only become successful. Right now level 1 is way too vague and not inspiring.
To make level 1 a powerful constraint that guides the second level, let's define the core premise more sharply. The central mystery involves the sudden, unexplained disappearance of the children in a small, isolated town during a brutal, perpetual winter. Establish that your investigative tools must have a direct physical impact on the environment, setting a firm foundation for the mechanics you'll design in level 2.
Like I like the firmness of this and the level of detail of your direction here, but the what we're lacking here is the reasoning, the perfect reasoning behind this central mystery, which you say as a suggestion is a sudden unexplained disappearance of children. And I don't know if this is the best central mystery, and I feel like this, whatever central mystery we create, decide on, it has to have very thoroughly thought out reasoning behind it, because otherwise the other levels will just start to question, like, why is this the central mystery? And if we can't answer that question, we don't have alignment, and we don't have motivation, we don't have drive.
To anchor your detective game with a central mystery that is airtight and drives your world and mechanics, let's place the detective in a scenario where an impenetrable, unnatural darkness has consumed the town's primary power source, cutting off heat and light in the absolute coldest winter on record. This means every investigative step is physically tethered to restoring warmth and light, giving you a clear through line for the mechanics of Level 2.
Is this the MacGuffin dependency?
Yes, this scenario functions as the MacGuffin dependency, as the entire investigation and progression of the game are directly tied to resolving that specific crisis and restoring the power source.
Okay, this is a good suggestion, but it's not good enough. It's not perfect. We need a perfect suggestion, and what I mean by that is that the reasoning and requirements before making this suggestion needs to be solidified first. Like the why of why is this the main mystery needs to be solid and unrefutable. Like, otherwise we will not have the dedication of the team to create this. There has to be reasoning behind the main core mystery, such that it explains why all of the other suggestive mystery core story cores are not fit because of the reasoning. So it's really, yeah, did you understand what I'm trying to get at?
I understand exactly what you're looking for. A central mystery with an irrefutable reasoning that creates absolute alignment and dedication for the team. To achieve that, the mystery shouldn't just be about an event, but a fundamental rupture in the world's laws that makes solving it the only path to survival, making any other option illogical from the start. Let's explore that foundation together.
Why should the mystery not just be about an event? Why should it be a fundamental rupture in the world's laws that makes solving it the only path to survival? Like what? Why would this make other options illogical? Like, we're talking about choosing the main core mystery here. Like, there are many different main core mysteries that we could choose from. What are the kind of first principles? What are the first principles of making the choice of what core mystery we're going to pursue.
When applying first principles to choose a core mystery, you look for the element that creates the highest stakes and demands immediate action. If the mystery is just an event, like a standard theft, the detective has the luxury of time or alternative pursuits. However, if it's a rupture in the laws of reality, such as the world's essential warmth being consumed, it makes the conflict inescapable and defines every mechanical choice moving forward. It forces the team to align their efforts around solving the central crisis.
No, you're not getting it. The team is not going to solve the crisis. The game development team needs to be aligned towards a core mystery, towards creating a core mystery. And the reasoning here we're looking for is something that no developer can refute, so that all of the development of the game becomes aligned. We're not talking about the we're not talking about the specific mystery at this point. We're talking about how do we reason from first principles to choose a core mystery.
To reason from first principles to choose a core mystery that aligns your development team, you must start with the fundamental truth that the mystery must dictate the core mechanics. It must be universally understood by every department, art, code, and design, so that every decision they make serves to reinforce that central concept, leaving no room for alternative interpretations and ensuring complete alignment among the entire crew.
Okay, good. Now, what are the first principles and the requirements on the core mystery?
To establish a core mystery using first principles, it must fundamentally dictate the core mechanics of the game. The requirement is that the concept must be universally understood across all departments, leaving no room for alternative interpretations and ensuring complete alignment in development.
You're reasoning in circles here.
You're right. I've been repeating the same points without adding new value. Let's break this down clearly. The first principle of a central mystery in a detective game is that it must be so essential that every single gameplay mechanic flows directly from it. It's the engine that powers everything your player does, from how they explore to the specific tools they use to solve problems.
That does not help me choose the core mystery. I need help choosing the core mystery of all of the options that are available.
To help you make a decision, let's look at a few distinct options grounded in your snowy town theme. First, there's the mystery of a valuable heirloom stolen during a blackout, forcing the detective to trace footsteps in the snow. Second, you could explore the sudden appearance of a strange symbol appearing across the town, suggesting an ancient hidden cult is active. Third, there's the case of a missing architect who was investigating the town's oldest building, holding the secrets to the town's foundation.
Okay, these are the suggestions, but what are the requirements of choosing core mystery? Like, I know that the core mystery is going to dictate the game mechanics, that's how we're structuring the whole workflow, but I'm talking more about how, if you look at level 1 and look at the definition of success of this project, what would this level dictate and what kind of requirements would this put on the choice of the core mystery? I have trouble choosing the core mystery, and I need something that guides me to make a choice.
Level 1 dictates that the core mystery must first fit the scope of a tight, high-quality, self-contained experience that doesn't require an epic production to be engaging. Second, it must be directly addressable by the 3D to 2D exploration and interaction mechanics, meaning it can be investigated through physical actions in the environment. Finally, it must align with the theme of escapism through accountability, ensuring the player's choices have a real impact on the resolution of the crisis.
Okay, these are good requirements. These are essential requirements. These are parts of the requirements, but it leaves it too open. It leaves it too open. Like, there are still a million different core mysteries that will fit into this, and I need help selecting one.
Consider the mystery of the town's head engineer who suddenly disappears while working on the main automated winter heater network. The failure of this system is the immediate cause of the power failure and freezing.
I have never gotten this before. It's a symbol of heating. The phone's temperature has been restored and the phone can be used normally. I think having it in the sun made it feel a bit bad. And then the batteries soon run out. But yeah, this is like the main problem for me personally. It's not just about this game, it's like a purpose of life kind of situation. Like, what should you actually do? What's the purpose? What is actually the ultimate thing? What is a fun story to create, to tell, to hear? Fun enough that I can make decisions, yeah, this is the core mystery. This is what we're gonna tell. This is what we're gonna do. And with that, I'm going to conclude this work session. Now I know the problem. Let's check if the images were good enough quality. Yes, 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 yes. If the protagonist is 16 years old, what kind of mystery to that person engaging. I feel like it's a Harry Potter level. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Now, how do we deal with all these things? Do we just give the photographs to the narrator, and the narrator just have to deal with this mess? Oh damn, this mouth is hot. Fucking hell. Yeah, we're gonna jam it in the narrator inbox. And the link to the Gemini conversation. I don't know. Didn't like this conversation. This is the conversation with Gemini Flash. It's a good conversation. I just said, now I want to implement a point-and-click interaction item feature. I wonder about the best architecture. I look at the current architecture and understand what we're working with. Then help me understand what nodes to use, what scripts, etc., etc. Actually, let's do a print screen on this. And put it online in one click. Things and look maybe. Maybe it should go in the actual sprint plan. So tired. Step 1, make an empty. It's a good decision, but there are no uses to us. Let's throw this away. Oh, 2 flies there. Not even food here. It's better if you go away towards the sun rather than continuing to survive in a giant's fly-killing house. Just pick it up and throw it out. It's interesting. behind glass is parking at the parking lot. It could be game mechanics in the game where you swat flies and then you upgrade to a spray bottle and then you spray them. Now I have less light. Amazing weather. Tomorrow is Thursday. Tonight I'm going to watch a movie called Girl with the Dragon Tattoo to try to get me into detective writing magic, something understanding. I'm not watching a movie in 480p. What the fuck? Yesterday I watched Planes, Trains and Automobiles. It was such a boring movie, but it changed how, like, it made me relax and calm in a magical way after watching it. But it's such a weird movie about mediocrity. Successful mediocrity or something. There's a tough decision now if I should do some kind of training, which I think I should, because last time I was kind of tired and didn't want to train. I just cooked food, took shower and then went to eat food. Then when I was doing the shower, I felt like it would have been good to have had the training. So I think I would want to train something. Yet again, it comes a tough decision what to train. Something in me is saying I should do Kundalini Yoga, raw Kundalini Yoga. I don't quite feel like it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And like usual, I cannot share the audio, so see you later. That was a good one. Was a good one. Now I'm gonna make food. one yellow leaf on my chili flower. The other ones are completely green. This will help me. This will help me understand November and write a story for November. Cold. Shower time. burp after the shower. There we are, shower done. Now eating food. Actually, we're gonna cook some more food. Prepare the oven for pizza. Prepare the oven for pizza. Little bit of afternoon sun. This is what I eat. I didn't have enough water and there's a lot of cabbage today. Smells good. It smells like cinnamon. Probably because I have cinnamon in this place. I think cinnamon and liver goes well together, I don't know why. Oh, the cabbage is too large. not that overwhelmingly good. So it's like 5 or 6. 6 just because I know it's healthy. It should be. That bite was okay. That bite was a 7. Now it's time for pizza.
it was a good meal, I think. Because I feel kind of good after. I don't feel super perfect, but I feel kind of good after. Kind of good after. For the budget, might be a really good meal. But now my stomach feels strange. There's a slight pain in it. So I wonder if it really was a good meal. There's something wrong with it.
Another tuna pizza with some cheese. Now I'm gonna watch the movie. I think could potentially do like a inventory system, but there are so many different ways to do inventory system. And the game director hasn't made a decision on what system we're gonna have. So it's game direction work. Yeah, and there was no stories in the sprint. So we're gonna call it a day there. And I'm gonna write a little bit of history to end. 2 days, I didn't write for 2 days. I didn't sleep too well. It's okay, but I was tired all day. I had, for the second time in a row, I listened to 8 hours of subliminal manifestation. A defined video. Why don't I find her channel? Strange. Let's go to just YouTube. I've seen this. There's no way I've seen this. Oh, yeah, the time was specific. That's why. This is disciplined dollar. I was listening to this one, I think.
Today, thinking about money, responsibilities, the future, or the past.
Yeah, it was magical. So, we'll put that there. Can we ship it? Can we ship it? This one I could chip. Why can't I chip this one? Weird. That is weird. There it is. There it is. Can't chip it. Strange. Right with Gemini, Control G. See. I didn't have any prepared user store stories. Just one part of a Gemini answer of inventory. I decided to dive deeper into creating a great narrative. I created the 5 levels of development so I can create the story in a structured manner. I got stuck choosing the main mystery. I watched TikTok and I rested first. Something like that. Now I want to watch a movie, kind of early, but it's okay. You can watch a movie whenever you want. I'm tired.